long have you guys been sitting in a broken screen? I'm sorry, chat. Sorry, don't mind my food either. My random bowl of noodles. Oh, jeez. Just noticed it? Okay, well, hopefully that means it hasn't been broken for too terribly long here. Oh, I don't know why it's been breaking so much more recently for some reason. Oh, it's like down. Like I can't even like reload the page. Oh, that's inconvenient. At least I know it's not like affecting stream at all. It must just be the system. Oh, hydrate! I got you. I've still got some hydration drink. They're not just any nudes. These are our garlic butter nudes. Very, very yummy. Alright, well, there will be no word games at any later point. How about I at least get the music up and running for y'all? So you have something going in the back here. Okay, today, chat, we are going to be doing some crochet work. I got to get caught up before our show coming soon, where I will be selling little guys. How about I show you some of the ones I've made recently? Just as a little woohoo! Alright, some of you may have already seen this little guy. I think I posted him in the Discord. I made a Kerbo. Kerbo makes me very happy. You might notice and look at him and go, Arcane, what the heck? That Kerbo doesn't look crocheted. Well, he is and he isn't. He was crocheted, and then I didn't like how he looked, so I felt it over him. And then I also have a little Gengar that I did. I haven't done his back spikes yet though, so maybe we'll do those today. And then I just have a regular mushroom, which, if you guys are curious, I did finally find the TikTok that taught me how to make the mushroom. I put it in the Discord. It's pinned in the projects room now. And then I didn't finish making him a dragon, so currently he's just a dinosaur, because what is a dragon if not a dinosaur? So, without wings, simply a dinosaur. Look at that Kirby, though. He makes me so happy. I really need to order more stress balls. I've got 1, 2, 3, 6 left. I can make 6 more little guys before I'm in trouble. I feel like this Kirby is like my favorite thing that I've made in a hot minute. Okay, real quick, chat. Let me say hi to everybody who's hanging out here today. We got Wolf, we got Amaris, we got the other Wolf, Flaming White Wolf, hello. We got Nightshade. I hope you guys are all hanging in there, doing well today. I know life be crazy lately, so hopefully we can all just hang out and breathe and vibe together. I think we could all use some vibes with how things have been lately. Okay, let me actually bring the Gengar back here, and I will do his back spikes. How's my night going? I'm tired. My head hurts a little bit today. I didn't sleep super well. Tetra is grumpy that she's not allowed in the room where the kitty is full-time yet. Don't get me wrong. She's doing really well with the cat. She's just a little excitable, and the cat is very small. So, she didn't sleep very well last night because she did not want to be trapped in our room instead of being allowed to go into Grandma's room. So, I'm tired, but I will survive. I've got food. Hopefully that will help the little bit of a headache that I've got eating something. Because when you haven't eaten, you tend to feel like butts. Ow. Okay. Let's see here. Where have I put anything? Crochet hook. And yarn end. I think I'm gonna do these back spikes similar to how I do the ones for the dragons. Let me pull up a Gengar real quick so I can see if I can get a picture of the back spike situation. I think he's got like 2... Black pepper in my throat! Ow! Black pepper is one of those weird things. It's like, black pepper's not spicy, and then you just get like a rogue piece that's just like, fire! I'm getting ready to just open Pokemon Go and rotate a Gengar. Yep, that's what I'm gonna be doing. Alright, let's see here. Where did I put Pokemon Go? On my phone somewhere. Oh, but I hope you guys are all doing okay today. Hopefully your days haven't been too crazy. My Pokemon Go, like, always asks me to reconfirm that Google is allowed to sign in. It's been a great day. How's your you're doing, like, school stuff, right? You should be finishing up finals and stuff? If you haven't already finished? If I'm thinking of the right person? I know you had finished up some and were working on finishing some of your last ones. Oh, you're already in new classes. Well, I hope that I hope you got all of the good grades then. New classes is exciting. Taking anything good this time around? Oh, my fam is sending me pictures of amazing looking food. It's mom and dad's anniversary today, so they went out to dinner at one of their favorite restaurants that has gluten-free food. They're sending me pictures of what I'm thinking is the dad got fish. Let me see if I can just... Oh, look how good that looks, chat. You can't hardly tell. It's fine. If I turn the brightness down, you can see it a little bit better. Doesn't that look delicious? It was better with the brightness part way up, at least. Ooh, here's what mom got. This is the gluten-free one. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, it focused for a second. Come on. Come on, camera. Show off the delicious food. Focus. Focus. Oh, there we go. Nope. Okay. You only get like half a second of focus. That looks so fancy. Information and Digital Literacy Introduction to Homeland Security and Defense. Oh, geez. Oh, that's all like that's all complicated shit. Good luck, dude. You're gonna crush it, though. There are emotes that look hungry, right? Hold on. Where is... Ah, yes. That one. Perfect. Drooly face. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, me over here, butter noodles. To be fair, they're delicious butter noodles. I need to find a way to make, like, a butter noodle sauce that doesn't compromise the flavor, but helps the noodles not dry out so bad. Okay. Oh, my Pokemon box is full. I pay attention. It's fine. This is not what I should be doing right now. I need a Gengar that I can rotate. Okay, 3 sets of back spikes is what we're looking for here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna just do these the way that I do the dragon. I just don't need to make it as long. So let's start with our loop here. I haven't done the spikes on top of its head either. I've just done the little, like, giant ear spikes, I guess is what they would be. Okay, let's see. I don't know how long this needs to be. It doesn't need to be super long. It doesn't have to be as many spikes as an actual one would have, because it needs to be able to just sit in the middle of the back. So maybe this chain 5 is good enough to get the point across. And then I just have to make 3 of these. Okay, so chain 5, put my thumb on that point because we're actually gonna chain 3 extra. Ah! Phone vibrated. A Pokemon loaded in. Okay, but then we're gonna go slip stitch back into. It's basically just kind of gonna make a little bump. 2, 3, 2, next one. Basically just making a series of ridges. It's not the most spiky. The best Gengar that I've made probably went to the one that I made for my brother, because I really did just crochet every single spike. But I'm like, if I'm gonna actually be like making these, I should find a way to not have to crochet every individual spike. And I think this is probably going to be the best compromise on that. Oh, I should probably make it so my VTuber stops looking down like I do, huh? I forgot that she breaks when I'm crocheting. But this will probably look fine. So yeah, essentially it just does this little set of ridges here that I'll then attach to the back. Like so. And that gets the point across. I think that will look enough like the ridge of back spikes, especially once when I go to stitch it down, I tend to like separate out the spikes a bit more. So I think that will help for sure. Yo, Nick, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Hope you're hanging in there doing well. Yeah, let me go ahead and finish this piece off. I'm crocheting a Gengar. He's just a little guy. Where did I put my scissors? That's excellent question. Oh, there they are. Okay, I don't need a ton of yarn to be able to attach this to the body, I don't think, but I do need to make sure that it's still enough. Okay, so yeah, I think if I just do that 2 more times and have 3 of those to go on the back, that should work just fine. I'm gonna go ahead and attach it just to like double check that it's gonna look okay. But I think it's going to look fine. Not too worried about it. Pretty chill, hype for next week. Second time seeing Iron Maiden. Let's go. Exciting times. I haven't really been to a lot of like concerts and stuff. There's a couple more recent artists that I think would be fun to go watch. Especially since I have, my brother gave me one of his sets of earbuds for wearing to like concerts and festivals and stuff, so it wouldn't be too overwhelming on the sensories. I need to get a pair from the same brand. They make the same type of thing, but for sleep. And oh god, do I need a set of those. Gotta cancel out the sounds for sleeping. Yeah, I think that's gonna end up separating out pretty nicely to at least achieve the effect that we're after here. Hello, other FEL chat. Y'all ever been to any concerts? so many. My sister-in-law have talked about, potentially sometime going to, like, a Chapel Roan concert the next time she's in the area. Because her and I both enjoy that music. Had a chance twice, but both got canceled. No! Also, hi, Silver. I've only ever been to one concert. I went to a country music concert when I was younger with my family. It was really overwhelming. I don't think I realized that I had, like, sensory issues as much. Because it's weird, because, like, I didn't hardly ever have sensory issues when I went to, like, marching band shows for, like, color guard and stuff. But, like, an actual, like, concert. Bad fingernail. Stop that. That was very, very loud. Like I said, I think it'd probably be better now with the earbuds that I have. It probably wouldn't be so overwhelming. I'm definitely not a stand next to the speakers kind of person, though. I'm very vanilla. I don't even like the bass in cars. Okay, it's a little crooked, but I think it's still going to get the point across, especially with the other two rows. I think that's gonna work out really well. Okay, I'm not gonna tie that off yet, but I am gonna go ahead and make the other two pieces here.
Go! Do a crime.
How's it going, Blazing? Hope you're doing well this evening. Okay, let's see. We did 5. Okay, marks that. Do 3. Hopefully everyone's taking good care of themselves today, getting rest, eating food, hydrating, all of those wonderful things. No, it's not always easy, but whatever little bit you can manage is always worth it. Unfortunately, you're on track for sleep schedule. Gotta disrupt it somehow, Blazing, no! Yeah, I forgot that I still hadn't finished this little guy. I had started him at the last show we went to, and then he just kind of got left in the box while I worked on the Kirby. And then I was like, oh wait, I should probably actually finish this one instead of just leaving it in box. Okay, there's that one. Thought last night that it was just disrupted when fell asleep and woke back up at midnight. Oh no! Not waking back up at midnight. Every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I have to check my watch now. I'm just like, what time is it? Did I make any sort of sleep progress, or did my dog wake me up 1 hour after I fell asleep? It's usually one after I fell asleep. I immediately didn't start counting. It's fine. 1. Alright, mark that off. 2. Slip back in. There we go. Be yapping after them raids. Yeah, I saw. It looked like you were having quite a few conversations with peeps. Always good to meet new peeps. Seemed like they were having a pretty chill time over there too, which can be nice. Sometimes you just need a chill place to go hang out. Hopefully today that's us. I know sometimes we play some pretty crazy, chaotic games, so... sometimes it's nice to just take a step back and chill, and why did my screen flicker? Don't do that. Alright. Embrace the chaos. Oh, don't worry. We embrace plenty of chaos. But chaos only helps so much when you got a headache. Okay. Need more noodles. Any good Pokemon worth me cleaning my box out for? Nope. Okay, turning off the game. Because that's how I play Pokemon. Okay. Bought Fields of Mystery and been chillin'. Nice, chill game. You already figured out who you're gonna romance? Oh yeah, I think the way that these are gonna go on the back and the ridges is gonna look exactly how we want it to. Maybe. I'm playing Legends Arceus. Nice. Good game. I don't think I ever finished, like, the after content of that. I didn't want to complete my Pokedex. I looked at that and I was like, why? Why is that the thing? I don't want to do that. Okay. That's a good spot to start this. Let me get it nailed down here. I have like 10 sim game demos downloaded from Steam's Next Game Fest. Oh, damn. I need to try more of the demos from those. Shoot, I need to get on and check a thing. Hopefully I've got time on that still. Fuck. It's fine, chat. Don't mind me. I was just remembered a thing. I should write myself a note before I forget the thing again. This is fine. Don't mind me. I'm definitely a professional. My garbage handwriting that I can definitely read. It's fine. Where can I put this that I will remember it exists? It's going on my webcam directly in front of my face. Sorry, chat, I'm shaking the webcam. Okay, now you're fine. Oh no, your internet was dying. No! Yeah, no, I just don't want to fill my Pokedex. It's like the least fun part of games for me. I want to play the main story and then never touch it again. Oh, jeez. I think it's Twitch because it's been happening all day. Jeez. What the heck, Twitch? Twitch doesn't want to breathe. Twitch doesn't want to do what my title says to do. But I'm sorry, you simply must. Oh, the thread came out of it. I have to start like knotting the thread onto the end so that it stops coming off while I'm working. Stay. Oh, that does make it a little harder to... Oh, I did not like that I did that. Okay, fine. I think it'd be more terrifying if Twitch started to breathe. Oh, this is also true. This is also true. Okay, there, it's fine. What was the last thing that I went through a center? Okay. Off the tail. Go through where I need you to. Okay. Does this piece feel longer than the other one? Probably is. I don't know why. They should be the same size. 5, 4, 5. Okay, whatever. Should prepare my bed for the inevitable. At least I don't have to worry about sleeping on a bunch of junk. This is true. It is good to at least get prepared so that when you are finally ready to sleep, you can just do it without worries. You don't have to look at your bed and go, oh, I'm exhausted, but now I can't even get in it. Which I have done to myself on accident. Losing the end again. No worries, just move it to the back and call it a year. Blazing, no! I was wondering for me to prop my feet up on. Oh god. Okay. It's not terrible. I think it'll work for what we're trying to accomplish. Next piece here, I'm gonna eat some more noodles. coat stuffing. I was like, what is this white line just sticking out of... But I think that's part of what I used to stuff him. Get back in there! Hide! Fine. Okay, right about in there-ish. Not perfect, but hey. Whiz. I checked on the kitty earlier, chat. He's such a sleepy little guy. I just have to decide if I'm gonna do the head spikes or if I'm just gonna call it good enough with the back spikes. Where do you go? There it goes. My brain just slightly imploded. It's fine. Just do. No, this is correct. I'm fine. Am I? I don't know. Thought I was going from the other side, though. It's fine. Probably. Petra! Baby, I can't let you in there. Do I need to go check on him? Is he awake? Give me a sec, chat. You're sleeping. Does not need a silly puppy whining outside of the door. Just a sleepy little guy. Okay, now I need to tuck all of these ends and tie off edges and all of those whatnots. I don't actually know what, like, the proper method, quote-unquote, for weaving in ends is, but with little guys, I just end up just tucking them through and then cutting the end off. Close enough, right? That gets the job done. But, like, when I was doing granny squares and stuff, I'm like, I really should, like, look up how to properly weave ends in, because I'm 90% sure all my ends are just gonna pop right back out of wherever I put them. But I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. In the long run, it would probably be more of a time saver if I looked up how to do it correctly. I need to tie all of these guys down. They don't come undone. Boop, boop. There we go. Tuck this middle one down. Oh good, I managed to actually keep it on the freaking tapestry needle this time. Shiro, no! You're supposed to healthy breathe. Don't hyperventilate, no! Hope you're doing alright today, dude. I have to yell at myself every time I accidentally pull this off screen where you guys can't see it. Get smaller scissors. Why would I do that though? Giant scissors only. Okay, there we go. We've got back ridges now. Doesn't look too bad. I mean, they're a little bit crooked, but overall, I think they get the point across. The only thing, again, that he doesn't have is he doesn't have his little top ones. How do I want to handle a thing? I could just do the same dealio for the head spikes that I just did for the back ones. He's got 4 spikes on his head, one of which is longer than the others. I think they're probably supposed to connect to the back spikes, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's just see if we can figure out a way to make the same situation work on top here. Noises fly. Petra! One headphone off so I can listen in case the cat's doing something. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna do 4 because again, there's only 4 spikes. 2, 3. I wonder if I make... Can I just make this one bigger by doing like an extra chain and call that good? Does that give the effect that I'm looking for, essentially? Oh, smaller as well, so we'll just do a 2 on that. Might not work. We'll see. Okay, I don't know that that's really gonna look the way we want it to. Get the hook out of the way so they can just kind of hold this up here. It's fine. It's not great, but it would probably look enough. Okay, let's try something else. Mom! Your redeeming pet. Are you wanting a specific pet? Only if he's awake. I am pretty sure he's still asleep. I checked him a bit ago. Tetra's been freaking out outside the door, though. And I'm pretty sure he's still asleep, but I will double check. Unfortunately, he is still the sleepy, so behold, a dog! He's like, Mother, what are we doing? Why does chat get a zoom in of my face? You cannot have my noodles. Those are my noodles. Tetra's nose. There you go. How's the food, Mom? Hopefully you guys are having a good time. But yeah, little guy is still just sleeping the night away. Not a care in the world. Yo, is that the dessert? Let's go. Chat, look, a fancy dessert. So fancy. Okay. Getting yarn all tangled up in my phone. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Let's see. We were trying to figure out how we wanted to go about doing a thing. Okay. But yes, for those of you unaware, we have ended up with a new kitten, and he is a very sleepy baby. Okay, I think so. We need to start off similarly here. 4. Okay. I'm still... let's start off with... I'm thinking, it's fine. Don't think I'm going to love this option. I think it's gonna be too chunky. But maybe not. Appreciate it while you can. Menace mode is to come after. Don't worry, he's still a crazy little guy when he gets rough and tumble. But we are having to treat the poor little guy for... it's looking like he's got worms, so that's probably why he's so tired. Poor Bappy. This is going to end up not how I want it to look. This is going to be even chunkier than the last one was. Because I keep having to go back down afterwards, which is not. This makes it far chunkier than I would like it to be, I think. Like, I mean, I think it would probably look okay, but it's awfully... That's awfully chunky. Yeah, okay. So let's not do that. Just tossed your cat a soda box and let her do her thing. Yeah, currently she's just, or he's vibing in the parents' room. He's got a little cat bed in there that he is just fucking out cold in. Dude sleeps like a log, too. Like... Not a care in the world for anyone's shenanigans. Tetra can bark right next to the little dude, and he's just like, girl, I'm sleeping. better way to do this, or it's fine. So this will at least be thinner, which might help with the issue I was having. Let's pull this out for a second so I can just hold this on his head and see if... Okay, it's a little on the tall side, but I don't think I can realistically make it shorter. So I think this will just kind of have to do at this point. Okay, which side when looking at... Allspike is... this way. Okay. Try it here and see if this sits where we're thinking it should. Already trying to lose the thread. It's fine. Probably could have sat this a little further forward than I did, but I think it's also still fine. Okay, I mean... Yeah, it definitely could stand to sit a little farther forward, but overall, it's fine. It's a Gengar. Okay, let's knot this off. Yeah, I want to do more Pokemon themed ones in the future. Which I know I gotta finish off some of the more regular ones for my show coming up, but hey, there we go. It's just a little Gengar guy, right? There we go. Now, Gengar is done. I'm not gonna worry about finishing the dragon because I can still sell a dinosaur. Even if it doesn't have the wings. Okay, I made myself a list of some of the things that I've run out of that I need to make more of. Let's see, what have you guys... I think most of the things on this list you guys have seen me do, so it doesn't super matter which one I make. I'm gonna make... I have enough white. Let's make a ghost tonight. Really, Bean, I happen to know for a fact that they're not home. Silly dog. Oh, I should probably continue to leave one ear off in case I do in fact hear the cat making some sort of noise. I suppose if you guys are interested in seeing, I can show you the carding brushes that we have. Because I know some of you guys heard me using them on stream the other day while I was in the process of felting the Kirby still. Where's my stitch marker? Oh, there's one. Okay. I've lost most of my stitch markers. It's fine. But yeah, so I didn't feel like buying fiber to felt with. Again, Kirby. So I ended up just taking actual, like, yarn and just unyarning it. And initially I was just doing that by just, like, untwisting it and making it come apart. And then I was like, I don't have to do that. My mom works with wool on the regular, because we happen to have rabbits, so I have plenty of white, so white's not really the issue. I think I was silly and undid white yarn anyways instead of just using the white wool, but we didn't have any wool dyed at the moment, so these are carding brushes. These are really old carding brushes too, so they're a little raggedy looking. But yeah, you just basically just was just taking the yarn, cutting it up, sticking it on the thing, and then you just like brush against it and it pulls it apart. Normally you would do it with loose fibers, and not to unyarn your yarn. This is actually for the process of making fiber into yarn. But it worked for my purposes, because the point of these is to take, like, unspun fiber, you put it in the brush, and then brush against to make all of the fibers go the same direction, so that you can then take it off of the brushes and spin it, because they'll all be going the same direction. But yeah, I was kind of using it for the opposite purpose of that. Which is kind of funny. Kind of funny to use them opposite their intended purpose, but hey, I needed fiber, so it mostly worked. I mean, I made a Kirby, did I not? It was also really easy because a lot of people, when they're felting, they felt over a foam core anyways, and so because the little guys are all filled with stress balls, they're inherently filled with a foam core, so I was just felting directly onto that, essentially. I did also break a felting needle in the process, though, which is fine. Oh, sorry. Checking messages and whatnot. Okay. Back to making a ghost. Hearing weird noises, but it doesn't sound like the kitten, so I'm sure it's probably fine. Keeping one ear off also helps me make sure that no one needs my help downstairs. Which is perfectly fine when I'm not playing a game and don't need directional sound. Check Discord's not noise at me. Making noise, I'm watching you. I wish it was easier to get stress balls in bulk like I do. It's so hard to find a good listing, and even then, I wish I could get ones that weren't yellow with smiley faces. Something that hid a little better on the inside of these would be more ideal, but the ones I'm able to get tend to be a pretty decent deal when I can find them. Last time the listing for them went away and I had to find a new one. And I mean, I could just fill them with stuffing and make, like, traditional plushies instead. I don't know, I just think the stress balls are really cool. I do want to start making other things to add to my booth section as well. I just don't feel like I have the time anymore, you know? It's like I get myself set up, I feel like I've got plenty of time to get everything done, and then in the moment, the brain's just like, what if we didn't? And it's like, well, guess you're right, guess I don't have time. It's like, that's not the answer. You looked at your schedule, you had time, what do you mean? On the bright side though, chat, I am prepared with tomorrow's video for once. I feel like I'd been falling behind on that for a little bit. I'm not nearly as prepared for Monday's video, you know, but if all goes well, next stream we'll fix that. I just was not in the mood today and was like, I'm just gonna stream Crochet because that'll make me feel better about not being as behind for the show in a couple weeks. And then we all just get to hang out and chat a bit and vibe in the corners, and we can all just individually get stuff done together. Even if that stuff is just you vibing on a video game. Or eating pizza or something. That should be 24. Nope, it is. Okay. So now I grab my book where I wrote shit down. Because I probably definitely wrote down how to make the frackin' ghost, right? I can guarantee I didn't, but that's not the point. Oh, hey, no, I did. Would you look at that? That's wild. Oh, look at me go. Okay. I wrote down what I did last time. It's a miracle. Okay. Let's see. Now we're gonna untangle our phone from our yarn again. Okay. Need to do 4 rows, which I'm definitely gonna pay attention and not get too distracted on. Oh, it's crazy. We're already halfway through the week, though. I swear, it's one of those like, oh god, it's Monday, the week's gonna take forever. And then in the moment, you're just like, this week's taking so long. And then at some point, you're just like, oh, we're already halfway done. Oh, I have another yarn I need to try to make a ghost out of and see if I like it. I did finally buy a glow-in-the-dark yarn. It's more expensive, and I don't get hardly any in the skein. I mean, the tiny skein itself isn't more expensive than a big skein, but I think if it were the same size and then price scaled up, it would be more expensive. I think is what I did the math on that. But I still bought it because it would be fun to try. Be surprised how hard it is to find glow-in-the-dark yarn. They come in such small skeins, just like... That's just it, that's just it. I could theoretically make my own glow-in-the-dark yarn. What the cost would come out to. But finding pigments that would actually stay in the yarn, especially if I were using acrylic yarn like this and not like cotton, which would absorb pigment better. So it would have to, I'd have to do it in a way that would actually bind to synthetic fibers. Which is probably why it's more expensive. This is row 2 that I'm about to finish here. I'm definitely paying attention. Don't you love it when you're looking at your group chat and it says someone's still typing and you just look at that and you're like, there's no way they're still typing after all this time. I really feel like the someone's typing thing should really time out after a bit. Honestly, part of me wishes that the thing that shows that someone's typing just never existed in the first place. It's like, don't out me if I am typing and deleting a message 50 times before I figure out what I want to say. Do not out me if I start to respond, and then don't. No one needs to know that I didn't respond. Speaking of messages I never responded to. I realized I actually have a message I haven't responded to. There we go. also need to make sure I talk to the store that I put stuff in. I think a bunch have sold recently since I last put them in there. Okay, that was the third row. This does not look like it's going to be enough rows to do what's coming up. We got one more row. We'll see where it sits. I could be wrong. Sometimes it's really hard to eyeball how these things are going to look, and then you're done, and it's like, okay, that was fine. That lined up where it needed to. Enough. This is why we always make sure we grab a stress ball before we continue steps. Make sure things are actually sitting where they need to sit. Okay, so let's see. I'll probably have to stream something tomorrow since I didn't stream anything on Monday. But I've got a lot of stuff I've still got to make sure I get done. So it's probably going to end up being a short stream tomorrow. I'm still going to attempt to get done all of the things around the house that I would normally get done on a Thursday. Okay, so that's all 4 of those rows. Fish out a stress ball here. Like, see, this is the sad thing about the poor ghosts being all white with a yellow stress ball, is it definitely tints, and like you can see signs of the smiley face that's freaking printed on it. Maybe for the ghost I'll put its smiley face down. That way it ends up like under the skirt bit. Okay. Yeah, that's enough fine. That's about halfway down the stress ball, so I can put the arms on and then make the little like ghost sheet looking piece. Gotta make a little arm here. Really just this little bump. Okay, second arm. arm. Ah, my brain. It doesn't work anymore. Okay, there we go. It works again. Oh my god, doing something several times and then immediately your brain going, I don't remember how to do this anymore. It's like, you just did it. What do you mean you don't remember? Okay, little hands. Now we're gonna do... Two rows. Oh yeah, so we did discover rather quickly with the kitten that though he is small, he learned how to climb over the baby gates in a matter of minutes. So... Little man's like, I will not be contained. Tetra is laying on my foot. At least she's finally calmed down some. She wants nothing more than to constantly keep eyes on the kitten. She keeps trying to play with it, but she wants to play the way dogs play. I do think that her and the kitten are gonna be really good friends, though. The kitten might eventually learn to play like a dog, but at the moment, he's the size of just a little scoop. I super didn't count rows. Was that 1 or 2? Gonna do another row. Yes. Yes. It's fine. Who needs their projects to be consistent? Where are you going, Tetra? Tetra. What? Hey, you. Come here. Here. Okay, baby. Okay, I promise. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to start the skirt part. Looking at my pattern, I think it skips a whole step after this row. Petra! Babby, I cannot. The fam is almost home, and then you can have a supervised visit with the sleepy muffin. Okay, because yeah, the pattern ends and moves on to the next part right there, and I know there's no way I leave the skirt this short. I guess. I mean, it looks fine like that. Nothing wrong with it being that short, but... I did leave it that short this last time. Yeah, I thought that looked okay. Huh. Alright, fine. Be that way. Petra baby. Okay. This, I should probably make sure I count. However, I decide to. One. Just want to start decreasing. Eight. Eight. Here. Back from your nap. I hope it was a good nap. Hydrate. We'll do that. Thank you. Oh god, the model freaking out. Hi, we good? Huh? Been watching her avatar die and laughing. She seems like she'd been mostly hanging in there for a lot of this. At worst, she ends up with the head tilted down. But that was a mighty lean she was doing that time around. Four. Come on, you. There we go. part requires way too much counting. Not that it super matters if I'm, like, spot on. This is just on the bottom of it. But more important when I was increasing than decreasing, but it's fine. Every once in a while I decide to do a more gradual decrease like this. Usually I would just decrease half twice, but sometimes I count down properly instead. Decrease this will make it this will make it a little bit more uniform to how the top is done as well. It's basically just inverted. Okay, I need just enough here to be able to close the gap at the bottom. Without it fighting me, preferably, but you know. My finger pop. That's fine, probably. Well, it didn't pop, it just cracked a little bit. Hooray, we made a marshmallow. I wonder if a s'mores stress ball would be cute. Instead of just being a white circle with a bunch of brown squares attached to it. Okay, there we go. There's the main body of the ghost. It sits up, Now I've got to give it a face. Oh, come on, black yarn. In you go. There we go. Where do I want this to sit exactly? Oh god, there she goes again. Didn't need to go out that spot yet. Come back over here to make the little mouth. Lost. Ooh, I'm running low. Come on, tiny bit of yarn. You're almost there. Come on. There we go. Phew, barely managed. So that I don't make any of the rest of it look weird since the black yarn shows through. It does definitely become more tempting to felt ones like the ghosts so that the dark yarn doesn't show through and ruin the illusion. Okay, there we go. Let's do the little pink blushy spots now. Might be a scary ghost, but he's a cute, scary ghost. Came through the black yarn. Oh well. Gonna look a little funky, but not the end of the world. Mistakes give it character. Strings in. Every once in a while I can... Oop, hi. There we go. I was say every once in a while I can tell that I'm, like, stabbing the inner stress ball a little bit. On the tapestry, it'll get stuck on things. That just a little bit. Don't lose all of the shape here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Cute little guy. Ghosty done. Okay, let's see. Eat noodles. Okay. Next I need to do some frogs. Or singular. Should probably start with the regular frog color before I do any other... I wanted to try a couple different frog colors, but I'm out of regular frogs, so I need to at least start with the regular one. Frog is a weird one, because it's both easy and complicated at the same time. Starts out largely the same as the others, but it does deviate very quickly. Oh, it sounds like the fam is home. Okay, we have been going for 2 hours, so I should probably go ahead and take a break anyways, stand up and stretch and all that. Let's go tell the fam hi. So, let me see if I can get the word game working again, or if it's still broken. Okay, it looks like we're fine. Theoretically. So, okay, I'm gonna attempt to leave you guys with the word game here. So, you know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself, and we will be right back. Chat, I brought you something. I brought you something, chat. I brought you something. He's awake. Oh, he's sitting on my mouse. Get back here. He's like, I want a rampage. How cute he is, Chad. He's just a baby. Just a baby. Like, pounce to fingies.
Nope. I will just nom them gently.
I want to get
It says
down.
pet me.
I want to get down. Okay. Say goodbye, baby.
He said goodbye.
Oh, look how cute his little face is. Okay.
Here you go. Alright. I take you back to your room.
Goodbye, baby Void. He's such a cute baby Void. I've been given kisses.
Okay. Alright, come on, Calcifer Shadowbane.
It was a baby Void cat. Also, hello, Noli. Okay, let's get our music going again here. Okay, how are we all doing after the break? Did we all thoroughly stretch? Okay, let's grab our stuff back here. Okay. Where did I leave off? 12, I believe. Okay. You're promoted as moderator to for a friend. I have been given power. With great power comes great responsibility, as they say. Okay, let me put this back so I can keep an eye on this. Okay. But yes, now you are fellow sword wielder. Also, I only have virtual activities to complete for Festival of the Lost card. Nice, nice. I don't think my card is quite so far along, but it's fine, it's fine. As long as I get on and I finish my sword kills for the secret triumph, I'm happy. Because I want to get that emblem. We spent like all stream yesterday just getting the candy we needed for the one mask to even do it, and I had to get off before we could finish. Okay, now I have to count what I am doing. Huh? 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay. On 7. 3. And that's 8. Probably not gonna do the Secret Triumph. That's fair. It's not too difficult this time around, thankfully. The hardest part is getting the sword kills if you don't have anyone to go into the harder version with, but everything else is super easy, and the emblem looks really pretty, so I want it. 9. 11. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Don't have anyone to drive me through the harder lost sectors to do one. It took 27 minutes, only got 2 headless ones. Honestly, I don't even think you would need to finish the lost sector. Even if you died a whole bunch, it doesn't say you have to do it in one go. You just need to get kills with a sword. So you could just run in, kill a bunch of little shit with a sword, leave, go back in, kill a bunch of little shit with a sword. Assuming you'd already done the other steps, that is. Yeah, I don't think you have to do it in one go. That'd be so hard with other people. Four. Yeah, 4 rows. Because, yeah, I don't think you actually have to finish the Legend Lost Sector for the final step. It just implies that you have to get the sword kills while in it. So, something to consider if you feel like trying. If you only have one thing left to do on your card, that means you have all of the masks you need to do the other steps. Because you only need the... You need the Tower Staff mask. You need the Cursed Thrall mask. And then you need the Ghost Shell mask. ghost shell mask is the one that we spent all stream yesterday making sure that we had to farm candy by doing frickin' public events. We probably could have farmed candy while completing some of the other tasks as well, but it's fine. Got it with resetting the trees. Yeah, that's fair. I should have hopped on my other characters just to get... all of the trees. All, like, 3 characters, all 2 trees, so... that probably would have helped quite a bit. Then Onslaught with mask on. Yeah, Onslaught was another way to do it pretty quickly. The sheer density of enemies that you're just constantly getting will drop a good chunk. And then however much drops from actually completing. But yeah, we just went to the EDZ since it has the highest density of public events. And as long as you made the public event heroic, you got like 185. If you failed to make it heroic, you got 150. And then however much also dropped from random ads you killed during. Every once in a while, we had to like go to the tower because it's like it would start counting kind of weirdly, but it wasn't too bad. Honestly, we had enough time. We probably could have focused on doing other parts of the event card and just gotten the candy more naturally. I just really want to be sure that I actually get the triumph so I can have the emblem. I'm like having like a bunch of like, not necessarily hiccups, but like the acid reflux burps that frequent almost like a hiccup. Oops. Give me back my loops. How dare you? There we go. That was 2 rows. Do 2 more rows before transition steps. more row after this. Okay, after this row, we will move on to the row that starts legs and the stomach color change. Okay, let's see, where is color I'm going to be using for the switch? Not the white, I need the yellow, I need the really pale yellow that I've got. Okay, it looks white, but it's not. Okay, so first things first. Yeah. Set up like that. Probably because of how... Sorry, I'm exploding again. It's fine. Probably because of where the eyes line up that I have to do it this way. First, though, I need to check if I have any eyes left for the frog. Getting low. I know I need to get more of these. Those ones are all falling out of their package. That's fine. Do me a favor and don't fall out of your package, actually. Just stay where I've put you. Come on, give me the eyeballs. Just make sure I get these more or less in the right spots. It's about right. At least close enough. Okay. It's over. It's on. It might be. Let's find out. You go on that way? Oh, there we go. It's like, why won't they go on? I know they do. I've done this so many times. go. Now those aren't coming off. Okay, so... 2, 3, 4... Oops, goodbye, yarn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Two. 2. We're not gonna pull the green through. Now I need other color here. That through, then my model dies again, it's fine. Yeah, swap back. Do other hand. Two. 4. Okay. Good. Trying to decipher my own notes here. I'm like, what the fuck does this mean? I think I get it. Okay. Okay. 11. Then we need to switch colors again. 1. 2. 3. Then on 4, we switch back. This is how we are getting our little stomach pattern on the frog. Okay, I'm looking at my notes. I'm a little concerned that we're getting a little off scale here. Definitely a little crooked, but that's fine. Don't mind me as my model dies while I fish for another stress ball. Okay, no, we're looking okay on scale here. Yeah, I definitely could probably shift this whole setup over 1 to line up with the eyes a little bit better, but it's okay. Okay. So, now we repeat that. Same Helio. Right, swap color again. Yo, Morty! How's it going? Is it new place time? Did you finally... Yo, you did! Let's go! Oh well, moved into new apartment Sunday, still unpacking and settling in? That's awesome. You finally got your place. It's good. How's the noodle setting in? Gotta get the computer all set up in the new place too. It's Festival of the Lost. Noodle's unbothered. Happy as a window in the sun now. Let's go. A sunny window just for the nude. Little noodle. Just got computer set up working the next 3 days though. Oh no. You still got time. Festival's rough. It's just a little less than 2 weeks left still, so. Okay, feet row. Gonna play a little tonight. There you go. not missing out on a ton, though. It's pretty much the exact same as it's been the last couple years. Getting my yarns all tangled up in each other. Time to rotate the project. What direction? This other direction. Untangle yourself. Okay, that's better. For now, anyways. It'll retangle shortly, but it's fine. Play a little and then want to go back to Call of Duty is the problem. Fair enough, fair enough. You playing zombies or just, like, generic? They don't even have a story mode anymore, do they? It's, like, just all PvP or zombies now. I didn't count. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10. Make a foot. Oops. Okay, then we finish that with this piece. Okay. Come on, come on. There you go. Okay, this one she gonna finish because it ends up going into part of, but it gets dropped immediately. Make the other foot. Okay, there we go. That's his little toesies. I think from when we finish out this row, we just fully switch to the other color. We close up. How do I know? It doesn't say to use color 2. But then again, I wrote this. Why would I write the correct thing? That would be silly. As it is, I am questioning the sizings that I wrote, because this looks like I need to fully do big decreases, not small decreases. Should your little butt be green or should it match your tummy? What do you think, little guy? Little Forg. Thinking green butt. Yeah, green butt. I don't think that's what I normally do, but it's what we're doing this time. It's fine. That piece. Gonna kind of shenanigan here a little bit. Not tie this off properly, but instead do silly shit. It's fine. What did I do? Did something weird. Don't know what I did. Okay, now I can see what I did. Okay, yeah. Decrease. Got it. Whoop. Hello? Oh, I left my curtain open. Whoops. Oh well. That's fine. That's not the end of the world. Thank you! I have a little curtain for my door. That way I don't have to fully shut it while I'm streaming. That way my room still gets a tiny bit of airflow. Don't pull the thing off screen. Okay, almost done with the frog's body, and then we will just need to do the last details for the face. And that's a second little guy done. Okay. There is... Okay, let's close up the bottom here. And then we can do our face. There we go. Close this off. Okay, now we just need pink yarn. So we can make his cute little face. Ooh. The little blushies. See, where does the mouth go? The mouth's gonna be a little off center. Unless I do it a little bit different than normal, which is fine. That'll allow it to be centered. Yeah, okay, that'll work. I think I'm putting this a little further in than I did on the other side, but that's okay. It'll still look fine, I think. Get back to the other side here. It's always weird when tapestry needle is just shoved from one part to another. So I make this cute little guy and he just looks like he's being stabbed. Like, no, little guy, no! we go. Little frog. One of the only ones that gets plastic eyes. Because reasons. It just looks good with plastic eyes. Okay, that's 2 little guys done. Not bad. Let's see, what else is on? Ghosts, frogs. Most of these are all things that take longer now. Let me double check my picture of what I have left. Oh, there is no bumblebee either. Let me add that to my list of ones I need to make of. Okay, bumblebee. Also pull up my actual list here. Compare it to what's left. Okay. There, you're there, you're there, you're there. You're there, you're there. Also there. You're missing. Okay. Not gonna make another one of you. You weren't super popular. Okay, you are also still there. Are gone. I just made another one of you. You're gone, but you take a long time to make. You are also gone, but take a long time to make. You're still there, you're still there, you're... Okay, the rest of you are still there. So 4 of them are missing. The rest just haven't been made yet. Okay. We made a chunk of these, but... I feel bad always remaking the same ones on stream. I feel like you guys never get to see anything new. Okay, that color's okay to use. Hold that. Do I have a pattern written down for Bumblebee? With changes or no? No, I did write it down. I did make notes on how I did some of my shit. I did get a new shade of yellow, but this one's still a good yellow for bumblebees. I'm staring at this color that I got, and I don't remember why I got it and what it would be good for. I think it's just purple, but it looks, the lighting in here makes it look really weird. Probably also need to make some more, like, holiday-themed ones. I make a lot of spooky ones, because that's, like, the vibe at the places that I go to. And, like, the vibe with some of the other stuff we have, but I feel like with a new holiday coming up, I need to probably make some that match the vibe. I don't know, I feel like the creepy ones are great year-round, but, like, the rest of the year, no one's gonna want, like, the Christmas-themed ones, you know? And then I had one of those cases of, I had already had an idea of one I wanted to make, but then someone else said I should make it, and I was like, well, now because you've said it, I don't want to do it. It's like, that was my idea, but I didn't say it out loud, you did, so now it seems like your idea, and I don't want you to think it's your idea, it's my idea. Oh, the brain works in mysterious ways. It's like, thanks for overcomplicating things, brain. You can still just make the thing, it's fine, I promise. That's not correct. There we go. Brain getting so locked into the wrong set of thoughts that I stopped paying attention to what I was doing. Like, it's okay to be a little lost in thought, but when you stop, you're doing the thing correctly. Thankfully, I caught myself, like, immediately. Had to count backwards there, I did it again. It's fine. As long as it's mostly correct, it'll still work. And one regular row. kind of gonna try to do this a little differently because I've been a little frustrated with the bumblebee bodies. So I'm gonna try to change this a little and see if it works better or worse. Or same. Preferably better, though. Because ordinarily there ends up being a weird line down the stomach where the color change happens. So I want that to not be the case. Now, slip this one, but I'm gonna do the color change now. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try. That's fine. Hi, Tetra. Tetra, lay down. So I need to do 3 rows. This. Give me the yarn. Okay, that's gonna work there. I don't think there's gonna be as bad of a weird spot there now. Then I can just go around normally for the next couple of rows before we switch again. This is row 2. The nice part is this time the yarns are coming from opposite sides of me, so they're not tangling around each other as I rotate. I say that, but they might actually be about to tangle on each other. It's fine. Maybe not. Aha. This is row 3, so after this we will need to transition again back to the yellow. I already feel like I did something wrong. It's fine. We're fine. Okay, now I need to do 3 more rows of the yellow. the next color change, I will need to go ahead and put the stress ball in. This will be closing it up with the black and doing the stinger as well. Okay, so it's not perfect, but I do think that might be a little bit cleaner than the transitions normally end up on the bee. So I'll take it. It would probably end up even cleaner if I did every single row like that and not just the attachment rows, but it's fine. Okay, so now to do 2 more rows of the yellow. Oh yeah, it's a method I should probably use more often when doing, specifically like the bumblebee. I can't do it with everything because it throws off the count for, the characters that have, like, legs and stuff to do. And it can create a little bit of a line rather than having it look smooth all the way around. I mean, if I only do it on the transition parts for the bumblebee, then I guess I avoid having that line, which is good. It looks mostly smooth for the whole thing, with just a little bit of a chunky weirdness where it switches colors, so it's probably fine the way I'm doing it. Because I tried doing some of them the way that I just did it on other things, and yeah, that line just didn't look great. I like having the smooth bit on the back. Hydrate. I can do that. Thank you, Peace. That is the last of my water for now. Alright, last row of the yellow here. Hope you're doing well, Peace. Oh no. Well, definitely make sure you're still hydrating and eating food, though. Still gotta take care of yourself. Ate before starting to drink other fluids? That's good, good, good. Okay, that was the last... Yeah, that was the last of the yellow there. Swap her out here. Okay. Then I need to figure out what my brain wants. I need to cut the yellow. Not very well. Hopefully that holds. Not at okay every other time. Don't be mean to me. Okay. I need to keep that a little bit looser than I just did there. I can manage it. Okay, now I need to not break my model. Where did I put... I haven't got one out yet. I need to grab a stress ball. Ugh. Now the model breaks, it's fine. Okay. Now we start the decrease. Oh, I meant for that tail to get caught up with the rest. Oh well. Skip stitch and go into this one. Okay. Same thing. Ooh, that went through weird. one more set of decreases, and then we can do the stinger. As it gets tighter, it gets harder to see the stitches. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit trickier. Okay, but yeah, the seam, it's still not a great seam. Like, you can still definitely tell where it transitions, but I think it might still be a better seam than it had been? Maybe? Hard to tell. Guess who's back? Who could it be? I don't know. I have a hint. Six, okay. Hint, it's a door when it's not a door. Oh my god, it's a jar! A jar is back. Welcome back, jar. It's getting so hard to see what I'm doing. The teeny tiny decrease is the tricky part here. I think I'm miscounting a little bit. Tetrabean? Okay, I think I have to just make that good enough for the stinger, because I don't think I can get that last row in there. Oh, I broke again. Oh, there we go. Couldn't sleep for long for some reason, so here I am. Well, as long as you're still getting some rest, dude, that's what's important. Even if you can't bring yourself to sleep. How'd the Gengar turn out? That's an excellent question. Let me grab. Ta-da! Gengar with his back spikes. There they all are. Little spiky guy. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to re-see the one that I made for my brother to know how drastically different did they turn out. I really can't see the pieces to close this correctly, so I'm just gonna go straight to tying it off. What's the sound a Gengar makes? This is true. Smug bastard. That was certainly the sound he was making when he was destroying my Nuzlocke that one time. Okay. Oh, my hands are getting sore. Okay, let's see. I need to do wings next. Let me grab my other crochet hook for now. Something a little more ergonomic for me to hold. Made that way too big. Okay. Wing time. 1, 5, 6. Split. Half double. Regular double. I think it's too warm in here is why you couldn't sleep all the way. You could still hear the stream. Oh no. Yeah, if the room's not comfy, that's gonna make it a lot harder to get the sleep you need. And a whole bunch of triple crochets. Huh? What? Here. bad headset. Don't beep at me. Go. Six. 7. Okay, that's good. And we just do regular double. Half double. Single. Oops. Don't lose the loop. Okay, and slip. Wonder if I could just... No, I can't. I have to make them separate. I was gonna say, I wonder if I could just make these together. If I had done it... If I had done 12 instead of 6, I could have done like halfway around on each, maybe? I think it would have been a little janky, but it would theoretically be doable. I don't think it would end where I want it to, though. Theoretically possible, but I don't think it would look right. Yeah, better just to do it the way I've been doing it. One round little bee wing. Six. Slip. Single. Half. Double. Probably didn't have to do triples on this part. I probably could have just done more doubles, but it's fine. Ooh. Here. Uh-oh. Give me a sec. 6. 7. Let me finish this wing and then I will go refill my water for that hydrate. Okay. Uh... Not sitting correctly. Rude. Double. Half. Single. And slip. Okay. Let me go refill my water real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Water refill achieved for hydration. Let's tie these guys together here now. Get our wings on our bumblebee. Okay, I can still do what I normally do though. I've taken to attaching the wings to the kind of scuffed spot so that you can't even tell that it's weird because it's hidden by the wings for the most part. I think I've been doing the wings back like this instead of straight out. I think it just looks a little bit better. Well, hard to tell. It's pretty equal. Stay. Methods of holding things in place while I do stuff. extra stitched down towards the back here as well. Let's do the next side now. I wonder if I should be doing these further back in the future so you can see more of the black in the front as well. Probably. Posture check, not my shrimping. Ow. Thank you, though, for the posture check. Shrimp crochet. I'm sure there are people that do. Okay. There's the body with the wings. Now I just need to do the face. Okay, let's see how to line this face up this time. More or less working. This one almost looks kind of sad. Okay, there's the base. The little pink yarn here. Not the bees! Giga, how's it going, dude? Don't worry, this is a friendly bee. No swatting necessary. That works so meh. Fair enough, fair enough. Hopefully work is going smoothly with no shenanigans today. Go slightly, I need to go up with this. Is that how I... Yes, okay. Up. It's retail heading into the holiday season, so yeah, well. So there might be a few shenanigans. It's fine. Good luck. Take it you're on break right now? Hey, Mom! Oh, we're the sleepy babies. On break for another 5. Very nice, very nice. Definitely hope things go smoother for you, dude. I know how crazy retail during holidays can get. It was never even remotely as bad for some people as it was for me when I was working that. I got very lucky that I worked at a place where, while crazy, everyone was at least nice to me. Because I worked at a fabric store. So, oh boy, the amount of people that come in for discount fabric. Thankfully, everybody was really understanding during the holidays, though. I was always terrified cutting the fabric that I was somehow cutting the wrong amount. Calcifer fell asleep on you? Oh no. And also, yes! Oh, he's such a cute little booger. Okay, there we go. Little bumblebee. Phew. Okay, so today, so far, we've done a whole frog, a whole ghost, a whole bumblebee, and we finished my Gengar that I'd already started. So, very nice. That's some good progress. I don't know if we'll be able to get another one fully finished, but we can at least start another one. I want... Shift the guys. Where is my brown? I'm gonna do a new one, I think. So I don't super have a plan at the moment. I have part of a plan. Pieces of a plan. Going to use my frog pattern to start. Just minus the eyes. Some may say even a concept. Exactly. Okay. I don't love this yarn as much. It's scratchier than some of the other yarn I have. It's the one that's the right color, so... I should... Oops. Not lose my loop. I should write this down as I go. Thankfully, the start's all the same as the other little guys, though, so I'm not too worried about it. Six. Eight. 9. 10. 11. 12. I need to decide fairly early on if I'm going to do this sitting or standing character. Mayonnaise is an instrument. Does that make macaroni salad a variant like an alto or tenor? No, 'cause I feel like that's too specific. I feel like macaroni salad is more like... That'd be more akin to, like, the whole band than a single instrument. I feel like for, like, variations, you'd need more of, like, another sauce that, like, contains mayonnaise. A mayonnaise-based sauce. Like, I don't know my mayonnaise-based sauces very well. You lost me, sorry. Three, 4, 5, 6. mac sauce? Yeah, like a fried sauce, like when you're mixing ketchup and mayonnaise. T 16. 17. 18. Okay. Most burger sauces are just mayo, ketchup, pickle juice, and pickle bits, and then salt and pepper. Understandable. That makes sense. Eight. 9. 10. 12. 13. 14. 18. 20. 4. Yeah, I'm not surprised if all these places that are like, it's the house sauce, all have the same fucking house sauce. Maybe like one ingredient different at best. Just so that they can't get fucking sued for some bullshit. I need to pay attention to 4 rows. This is row 1. Like how some places called ketchup tomato blood. Who the fuck calls it that? But it sounds real. You know, I wouldn't be, like, surprised if some place did something like that. Where's my headphone charger? It keeps beeping at me. It's your marching song when your character's over encumbered. We all have a little bit of the Wiggles stuck in our head at all times. It's fine. Gotta go wild with the house sauce, add some grape jelly to the mayo. Oh god. That would certainly be something. I think the word I'm looking for is atrocious, but I mean, something works too. Speaking of, did we get those Wordle and Spoonful redeems? No, you are right. I do still need to do those. Let's go ahead. After I finish this row, we'll do the Wordle. We will probably do the Spoonful either tomorrow or Friday when I use Facecam. Because it doesn't do you guys much good if you can't actually see me reacting to the spoonfuls. But thank you for reminding me about that. I appreciate it. Besides, I currently think Mom has a cat asleep on her. But yes, thank you for reminding me about that, because it got late last night and I needed to end stream quickly, so I ended up forgetting about that. But we will go ahead and do that now that I finished that row. Just help me remember, I've got 2 more rows to do. Okay. Let me find Daily Wordle. Okay. There it is. Okay. Oh wow, I never even wrote the Wordle on my list of things I owed you guys. Whoops. Well, I'm glad you remembered, because I certainly never would have. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this... It's on the starting soon screen. Whoops. Be right back screen's a little bit better for that. Okay. Wordle. Okay, let's see. Yarns. It was a horrible word to start with, and yet it still gave us two letters. Okay. It probably ends in RY. Let's see. What other letters can we get some information out of, though? How do you play this one? So you're trying to figure out what the word is. It's a 5-letter word. If the letters are yellow, they're in the word. If they're green, they're in the correct spot. And if they're gray, they're not in the word at all. But yeah, and thankfully it marks them down below as well, so when you're looking at what letters are left. No, okay. Does end in Y, but that didn't give us anything. The R goes somewhere else. Geez, we don't have any of the vowels yet. It won't be rowdy because the O and the W are wrong. It's not really because the A is not in the word. Berry's only 4 letters. R might not even be the first letter. It could be second letter. Privy? Oh my god, help, what? Okay, the vowel could still be a U or an E. Did I use an L already? No, truly, maybe? Oh my gosh, there we go. Hooray, we got there. Letters are hard. Okay. 2 more rows on this. Brain. Ah, okay. On the next row, it's gonna be the last row before I do some color changes, but I need to do a bit of shenanigans in the middle of the row. Noises. Ah, people going to sleep. And a cramp. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. You know, I didn't actually check to see if this was gonna be too big at this size. It might be. I might actually have to go back a row and size down. Yeah, I think I need to size down a row because that's too many. Around there. Good. Five, 6. Okay. Hey, Rabbit. How you doing tonight? Hope you're hanging in there. Actually, I'm gonna do this on the other hook because it'll be easier. Two, 3, 4. Hi, Tetra. Yeah. 4. Okay. Really, the right thing there. How dare you? Okay, there we go. Hanging in there, still feeling, meh as the holidays grow closer. That's fair. It can be a rough time of year for everybody. A lot of emotions over the holidays. Okay, this isn't normally how I would do the nose for this type of thing. Normally that's how I do the nose for my gnomes, but I wanted to try it on one of my animals and see if it's easier than making and attaching a separate nose. Tetra, I can't have you dig on that, baby. Hey, I need to stop that. Come on. Oh, baby. Sorry about that, chat. She was digging on a knit sweater and I didn't want her to ruin it. Okay. Okay, I've already... Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay, I need to change how I'm doing. I need to go ahead and write this down now. Since I've already changed it from other pattern I'm using. There's my pen. Just threw my fork. Gosh darn it. Well, I won't be eating any more of that. Just casually making a mess. It's fine. Okay, I don't know how to spell this word. Doo-da, doo-da. Never mind, yes I did. Around 12. Four. Okay. 4. We did 3 rows instead of 4. And then we did... bobble, not 4. Will be bobble. 8. I need to finish that row. Or 5. 10. Oh, so I didn't even get that properly centered. Damn, I tried. Okay, I'll need to keep in mind that that's not... I meant to do that 11 and 11, I think. So let me adjust that pattern for next time. Okay, and then we're gonna do just like the regular version. Except for the little chunk. Let's see. I'm gonna try it first before I write this down. See where it ends up if I like it, since I did this wrong. have to do it there for it to be even, or along those two for it to be even, I think. That was 7. So on the 7. So, okay. So yeah, that's 7 on this, which means on the shifted one it should be 8. Or okay, then 2. Four. Okay, then crochet 2. Switch colors. Use. I can find the end of my cream yarn. It fucking fell apart on me a little bit. The whole pile got kind of messed up. I need to rewind this whole thing. Okay, I think... Oh, well, now the whole bundle's on... Yeah, I super need to rewind that. Whoops. Oh gosh, it's fine, it's fine! Okay, we're gonna go... Gonna increase here because I think I ended up eating a stitch. So 2. Put a third. 2, 3. And switch back. Question mark? It's a little weird, I don't know. We'll see. That up in the right. Kind of. I don't know if this is gonna end up even remotely looking like what I'm trying to get it to look like. Okay. 2, 3, 2, 4. Finish with 1, 2, 3. Five, 6, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's coming up with 9, but really this would be 8 because it's all shifting over 1. So it's 8. Okay. I don't love the nose, but it's also missing some key details that'll come later. I think I can get 1 regular row in before I do the bottom feet. Two. 3. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. So that would be 11. I messed something up somewhere. Probably, it's fine. Should have switched color on that part. Petra, hey, lay down. Lay down. I know that you want nothing more than to be in the same room as that cat, but... Switch colors back. One. Huh. Weird. That would also be... Weird. When I added that stitch, it was supposed to account for a stitch that I ate. But... it's not. There's now an extra stitch. Which is fine. 1 extra stitch bigger is not gonna be the end of the universe. Looks kind of dorky right now. Okay. Put the feet on now. that was 9, so it would be 10. Bubble 4. Switch colors. Uh. Yeah. Colors back. Two. Yeah. Get back in there. Crochet. Bottle 4. Then finish this row. One. Yeah. 4. 5. 6. 9. 10. Again, because we're shifting, it would just be 10, not 11. Okay. I think we're gonna have to do the fast close. Yeah. Then I want to close in the other color. Let's go ahead. Do 1. Let's cut the brown. Okay. Increase quick way. 6. Okay. A little bit, this yarn's a little messed up. That's fine though. Although, I don't think that math's actually gonna track because there's an extra stitch hiding in here. So I will need to figure that out. I guess that would be to 13 and 7? Unless this somehow comes out cleanly and I have thoroughly bamboozled myself, which is always entirely possible. Never discount entirely bamboozling yourself. No, I'm right, there's gonna be an extra stitch, that's fine. Don't know what I did. I thought I was accounting for shenaniganery and entirely did not. It's fine though. It will still get the job done. I probably should have actually looked up the animal that I'm making to make sure that I'm actually doing this right, but it's fine. We don't need to be color accurate. This up. Whoops. Okay. There is the body. Now, how am I gonna do this? If I want. Okay. I'm thinking. It doesn't need to be very big. It needs to be The ears need to be big enough to make sense. But really, they need to be big enough for a slight amount of color change to go on with them. Okay, so let's try... 2, 3, 4... Slip, single, slip. Yo! Zeph, thank you for the raid! Hello, welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Yo, Thunder Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you're in time for more crochet today. Yeah, it's the berry raid. Thunder Phoenix, hello. Zeph, hello. Bob, hello. Josh wasn't following? No worries, no worries. Playing some Pokemon today. Mystery Dungeon, nice. The alerts are still broken. I don't know why. I keep forgetting. I'm gonna make a note for myself to figure out why the alerts don't play. Found alerts, question mark. Nope, don't know why those aren't playing. But yes, hello, welcome in. For those of you that do not know me, I am LOZ Arcane, a variety streamer here on Twitch and sometimes VTuber, like today. Today we're crocheting, though. Gotta get some crochet work caught up for my upcoming craft shows. Had some alert issues lately, too. Yeah, I changed my alerts over for Halloween, and that was fine. But then when I tried to switch them back, they're just like, what if no alerts? And I'm like, well, I suppose that's an option. It's not the ideal one, but it's an option. But yeah, today so far we have started and finished a bumblebee. We've done a little ghost. We've done a frog, and we finished a Gengar that I had already previously started. And now we're working on this little guy, which I haven't actually told chat what I'm attempting to do yet. But I'm attempting to make a reindeer. There's a Gengar in your game? Let's go! Gonna lurk for a little bit? No worries. You have a good lurk, and anyone who needs to take off, thank you so much for coming in on the raid. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever the heck. Oh, it was a brown frog? No! Brown frog would not have big nose. Frog doesn't have nose, it has eyeballs. Eepy, so good night, everyone. No worries. Have a good one, and Noli. Thank you for hanging out. Get some good eeps. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do the ears on this reindeer. Because I want them to be two-toned, but I don't want the back to be two-toned. I'm trying to figure out how I want to size these. It would be... single, slip, then it would need to be slip again to get to the other side. I'm making these kind of like the way I make my leaves. Which is also the same way that I make, like, the bumblebee wings and the Mothman pieces. I do it like this. I don't know if I can do it smaller for the inner piece as well. Or if I'm a little out of luck with that. That's fine. I think that's a little smaller than I want for the reindeer ears, but I need to make sure there's still room for the horns, but I think I can go a little bit bigger than that and have it look... Oh, it looks so silly, Jesus. Well, maybe they do. Maybe he does just need tiny ears. Maybe tiny ears is fine. I don't feel like he looks like a reindeer, but I'm hoping the horns and the red nose will help that, because it's gonna straight up just be Rudolph. I think I could probably make these one bigger. Immediate hesitation. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go one bigger on this. That was 4, so let's go 5 instead. Two, 3, 4, 5. Slip. Single. Go again. Thinking. Processing. Confirming. The brain is like, are we sure that's what we want to do? And it's like, I was until you second guessed yourself. Like, we were perfectly fine not second guessing. But I suppose panicking is also an option. I think that size is a little bit better. I'm really hoping the horns bring this all together, because currently he looks absolutely ridiculous. Right, I really did just drop the end of the cream back into the unknowable pile of cream. Now I have to figure out where the end is again. I need to get the ball winder and rewind my cream yarn. It is all sorts of an unknowable mess. So if I did that one at 5, I need to do this one at 4 to be smaller. 3, 4. This one will be losing the thread again. Fine. Slip. Single. Slip. Again. Oh. Okay, and then if I just like lay that inside of... It's not great. It's not great. I wonder if... How badly could I shenanigan this? Okay. Having a thought process here. Is it a good one? It simply is. Okay, so we're gonna start with the cream. We're gonna make this probably harder on ourselves than it needs to be, but it's fine. 1, 4, 5. Okay. Technically, this is gonna be 6 and not 5. No worries. Definitely make sure you're taking care of yourself. I'm currently shenaniganing. Single. Half. Single. Slip. Slip again.
I'm in danger!
I'm constantly in danger, it's fine. Single. Half. Single. And slip. Nope, that did not work. I could just, after I could just felt it, but I don't really want to, so I might just have to have the ears be a single color instead. Which is fine, I was just trying to do a little something extra. Five. Okay. Flip. Single. Single again. Slip. In case you're wondering what the heck I'm saying as I do this, I'm saying the names of the stitch type. Slip stitch. Single crochet. Single crochet. And slip stitch again. That just keeps my brain focused so I make sure I'm on the correct kind. Probably should have made that a little longer, make that easier to tie down, but oh well. It's way too long. Smaller loop. Okay. Chain 1, 2, 3, 5. Flip. Single. Single. Flip. Flip. And slip. Okay. That's what I'm going to use for ears. I know what I'm doing. It's fine. You know, I just had a thought. I was gonna make antlers because reindeer have antlers. But fucking Rudolph out here not having antlers, huh? Ah, he's got nubs. He has antler nubs. Depending on the drawing. Some people draw him with full antlers. So I could draw him with antlers if I wanted, or I could do younger nubbins. It can be leg nubs? No, he's got it's not leg nubs, it's antler nubs. And then okay, so let's see. Antlers are darker color. I don't have a darker brown, so they'll have to be black antlers because I don't want them to be the exact same color as the fur. No, I don't. I don't have a darker brown. I'm sorry. No, all I have is like an orangey or brown. So they'll have to be black antlers, which is still fine. I don't think I'm gonna do anything too crazy for the antlers. I think I'm just gonna do, let's see, 1, 2, losing the stitch, 1, 2, 3, let's do 4 and 4, so that's 8. Okay, so 9, that way we can have into the other 4. We're gonna slip stitch 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then I'm gonna branch off here. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that I go back in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, come on, black yarn. Oh, I grabbed the wrong chunk of black yarn. Oh, that makes this very inconvenient. Okay, it's fine. Two. Four. Okay, it's just like this little like Y shape, probably gonna be okay for antlers. Yeah, that's not terrible. That's fine, right? Let's see. That'll sit there, and then it'll have the ear also there. Like, kind of like that. That'll work. Okay, I need to write down a bunch of the steps that I've skipped. Okay, ear was chain 5, followed by hydrate. Okay, hold on. Slip, single, single, flip, again, single, single, slip. Okay, hydrating. Thank you. Yes.
Go. Do a
Do a
crime.
crime. And then antler was chain 9. Slip stitch 4, chain 5, slip stitch 8. Yeah, something like that. Ugh. Meticulous attempts at note-taking. Just close that bottom part. Self enough to tie this down with later. Okay, now to replicate it. Hold on, I'm using the wrong end of the black and it's making my life difficult. Where's the center pole? There it is. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, then we're gonna round out the bottom here. Give ourselves something to tie down with. Watch a TikTok of a professor that sung 2000's emo rock student. Oh, I saw that, yeah. You just got right up in the dude's face. Yeah, I've seen that one. Okay, must attach things. I want to attach the ears or the antlers first. I don't know what's gonna be. I think the antlers need to sit just behind the ear. Really, they're gonna end up sitting, like, together, so it doesn't super matter. Attach the soul first. The soul kind of gets attached at the end when it actually has a face. Okay, let's see. About there. Oink. Not really a whole lot I can do to attach this, huh? That's kind of just it. Okay, I'll at least give it like 2 loops here instead of just the 1. I will not this. The soul is stored in the face. mean, they say that the eyes are the window to the soul, so... I'm gonna cut off this little extra piece that didn't hide very well. The eyes are the window and the nose is the door. With a nose this size, yeah, pretty much, huh? I think that's gonna end up pulling it too far in. Yeah, that's not really how I want that to sit. Okay. If your body is all face? I mean, there's characters like that. Sit more front to back. It doesn't really sit like sideways on accident. Also, welcome back, Thunder Phoenix. Now that's sitting a little further away from the antler than I wanted. Maybe not. Maybe that's not sitting too far away from the antler. Maybe that's sitting in a good spot. Okay, that works. Just like me. Nothing going on up there, head empty, no thoughts. Okay. That's looking good. I'll wait to tuck those ends in until I get the other side attached as well. Okay. I don't know how I got that to sit on straight like this. Looks so nice, and I'm never gonna be able to replicate it on the other side. Oh, jeez. I'ma try, though. I'm really trying to pay attention to what I did here and make sure it turns out looking correctly. Oh, correct. Well, why are you so much further back than the other one is, huh? Why would you go and do a thing like that? That's rude. You didn't have to do that. That was a choice. You could have just sat where I needed you to. Now I have to free you from spot and put you in the correct one. It's fighting me. Body's rejecting the soul. We're not even onto the soul yet. We're still trying to attach the antlers. Slightly more even, I think. Do a little bit of extra loop on that part. Okay. It's still a little further back than the other one is, but it's not as horrendously so, I guess. It's fine. They don't have to be perfect. I've been working on that with myself. Because otherwise I will sit here and obsess over putting it in the correct spot forever. I know, it don't have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough. Oh, no. I can settle for good enough. No. Every imperfection makes it unique. Tuck in all of the ends. You have only eaten peanut butter sandwiches today? Oh, jeez. Well, hey, it's better than nothing. At least at least you're getting protein and grains and shit. At least you've eaten. The bar is low. I'm just glad you've eaten. I think the antlers are gonna end up just kind of falling forward a little bit, but that's okay. Sometimes good food is just being able to eat. Exactly. We do what we can manage. There are far worse things you could be eating than peanut butter sandwiches, that's for sure. Nope, not always about nutrition. Sometimes it's just about good enough to keep you alive. God, Blazing, you and... We were giving a real good message about just doing the best you can, and then you come in with the dry noodle. That's... Have a hard time backing up the dry noodle. Crunchy, no, not the crunch. Oh gosh. The dry noodle. No. You were doing so good with the peanut butter sandwiches. Why are we back to the dry noodle? You gotta at least cook it. Okay. The seasoning package and shake it up? No! Okay, eyeballs and red nose. And then we've got ourselves a Rudolph. I should have put this in a separate tab for, like, holiday. Reminds me of a modded Minecraft server I played in. All I made was stacks and stacks of dried soup. What is dried soup? Is it just powder? I don't know. Oh, jeez. Like, it makes it sound like it's essentially like freeze-dried soup. You freeze it, then dry it? So the machine does it all, but I know it does it in a specific order. I want to say it dries it, then it freezes it. I did not give myself enough yarn to work with here. There we go. freeze my noodles, then eat it dry. No, Blazing, no! The point of freeze drying a lot of foods is to be able to rehydrate it later. Except for candy. People freeze dry candy and then just eat it like that. And I eat apple slices like that. But like, you can do it with like soups, you can do it with like egg to make like a powdered egg. We have a freeze dryer. I know some things. Just leave it dry. No! You'd be dehydrated. Okay, so you could theoretically just stop there and then boom, deer. However, we gotta do Rudolph. Rudolph deer. If we take the air out of the dry noodles, is that better? No. Your fluids will rehydrate it, but then you'll be dehydrated. How do I want to go about doing this? I can take it. No, you gotta take care of your body. Hydrate, exactly. Nightshade gets it. You must hydrate. Off. Of. If I hydrate, then I'll have less time to game. No! It's fine, you hydrate while you game. Oh. Okay. Sounds like one of the dogs are crying, but Tetra's just laying in the bed. Weird. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that worked. That looks like a Rudolph. I was really worried that was gonna look really stupid when I was done, but that worked. You can tell what that's supposed to be. That's very clearly a Rudolph stress ball. Okay. Like a Pokemon? There is a Pokemon that does look like... Looks like a deer. Like the chibi model. So cute. Oh, thank you. Okay, it is like 11 now, though. But on the bright side, you guys got to help me, just draft an entire new little guy that I'd never done. Mass produce 11,000 more, oh god. Yeah, there's a reason that crochet items really aren't mass produced. It's because they pretty much gotta be done by hand. But yeah, now I have a pattern for him, so I can make him again sometime if I need to. Let's see. On my list of ones I need to do, at least get one of... We got through the Bumblebee, the Frog, and the Ghost. That gives me a little bit more stock for my show in a couple weeks. And I can still keep working on more in the meantime. But for now, I'm happy that we got 4 entirely done, as well as 1 finished that I'd already started. So that's some pretty good progress today. I'm pretty happy with that. And thank you all for hanging out as well. We are gonna go ahead and wrap things up here, because it is late. I need the sleeps, and I need to get something more than just the spaghetti noodles that I ate for dinner. Now we need a bed mango and it'll sell like hotcakes. No, you see, it would sell like bed mangoes. No, not Pepsi. Alright. There we go. Okay, so, chat, tomorrow we will stream something. It'll be a shorter stream, though, because I still gotta get things done tomorrow. I do have a video ready to go up on the YouTube tomorrow as well, so expect that in the noon times. For now, though, let's see who is online that I can send y'all over to in a raid. Let's see. Let's send y'all over to... Let's send you guys over to Kita. They're taking a quick break, but they will be back with, they're doing some Sunhaven today, it looks like. No, no more dry noodles! Brain find buttons do thing. Okay. Raid. Oh look, Kita was right at the top of the raid list. That's convenient. Okay, y'all know the drill with raids though. Be nice, follow their rules. Most importantly, have fun. I hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. Thank you again to Zeph for the raid earlier. It was much appreciated. Very kind of you. I hope to see you all next time, though. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.